capacity building, marketing assistance to over 65,000 stakeholders in the cocoa value chain in Nigeria. And we expect that it will improve Nigeria's cocoa yields by introducing newer varieties and enhanced agronomic practices. In a broader sense, of course, the project is expected to bring the United States and Nigeria closer by expanding the opportunities for bilateral agricultural trade, business, and economic development. The U.S. is already the largest foreign investor in Nigeria, and we're very proud of that partnership. Joining forces, particularly in the agriculture sector, to increase agricultural productivity and trade can provide many benefits for both of our countries, including economic diversification, strengthening resilience in the face of climate change, and fostering innovation in agriculture. Let me say something quickly about the diversification. The diversification of the Nigerian economy, as you all know, is key in economic growth. It's an essential aim for the government of Nigeria, for the U.S. partnership with Nigeria. You know this, but I've recently learned about how cocoa was such a major agricultural export commodity in Nigeria and top foreign exchange earner in the 1950s and 1960s. And we believe that your work and with the support that we're providing through TRACE provide an excellent opportunity to help Nigeria's cocoa producers to strengthen their status as a major cocoa producer in the world. By investing in modern cocoa farming techniques, providing access to improved seedlings, and fostering climate-smart agricultural practices, TRACE will help tens of thousands of Nigeria's producers to increase productivity and trade opportunities. This directly benefits farmers and has a ripple effect on the entire cocoa value chain, from agricultural input providers to processors and exporters. Increasing agricultural productivity and trade can also reduce dependencies on a limited set of staple crops, thereby enhancing rural livelihoods and reducing the risk of agricultural supply chain disruptions. The United States has long been a strategic agricultural trade partner for Nigeria. U.S. product producers have been proud to provide Nigerian consumers and agribusinesses with safe and high-quality food, beverages, and bulk commodities. Now, TRACE will help provide greater opportunities for Nigerian producers to access world markets, including the United States, with high-quality cocoa beans and related products. I want to also mention another factor that I think is very important for Nigeria agricultural producers and participants in the value chain to be aware of, and officials, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, known as AGOA. I hope some of you are familiar with it already, but if you're not, it's something that's very important. The United States encourages Nigerian exporters to access the U.S. market through AGOA, which provides exporters with preferential access to the vast U.S. market, facilitating increased trade and investment flows. Among the many facets of the TRACE project is the fact that it will provide technical assistance to cocoa businesses to help them meet international trade standards. So I hope Nigeria's cocoa industry, all of you, will take full advantage of this technical assistance, which, in addition to the opportunities provided by AGOA, will enable the preferential access for exported cocoa beans and related products to the United States market. And we are a big market, and we like chocolate and cocoa. So I hope that you are able to take advantage of this project to see deeper and get more involved in the U.S. market. So partnering on agricultural productivity and trade with the United States, we expect, will also foster innovation, research, and the adoption of new production techniques. The United States is a global leader in agricultural research and development, and our partnership gives Nigeria access to cutting-edge farming practices, seeds, and technologies. Climate change, as I mentioned earlier, of course, major challenge. You all know this, you're living with it. Of course, it's not just in Nigeria, but certainly in the United States and around the world. So we must do everything possible to work together, learn together, exchange information and research findings, production practices, to ensure that producers in both our countries and around the world have the tools to adapt to a changing climate. The resilience aspect of this project will introduce climate-smart agricultural practices to cocoa producers to assist them in adapting to this climate change that we're all facing. So, on balance, the U.S.-Nigerian economic and trade relationship, we believe, can benefit from Nigeria's increasing economic diversification, building greater resilience from climate change, and harnessing innovation in agriculture. TRACE is a great example of collaboration between our two countries and so many partners. I mean, when you think about the many layers, federal, state, local, all the different elements in the value chain, our implementers, our partnerships with the cocoa producers and every different sector, it's an enormous undertaking, but a lot of hands working together will help us make progress. So we're really excited with this opportunity to work together and help Nigeria work towards the worthy objectives of the project. So once again, thank you for your attendance and support of the TRACE project. Thanks to my colleagues from the Foreign Agricultural Service, USDA, our implementing partners, Lutheran World Relief, CRIN, of course, IITA, Sea Laver, Econometrica, and so many others that are going to work with us and partner with us for the benefit of the Nigerian cocoa farmer, the members of the Nigerian cocoa value chain, and all the folks who are going to see job creation, economic growth, income growth, and who are going to enjoy Nigerian cocoa. So thank you all for being here again, and wishing us all the greatest success in this shared endeavor. Thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause. So when I was given this agenda for this event, I just saw your name, but I didn't look at the first name. I just saw green. But I remembered I read the book, 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. I thought I was coming to see the person. But when I now checked properly, and I discovered that it was Mr. David Green. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me properly introduce the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agric and Food Security. He's Director 2, Crop Production, Federal Department of Agriculture of the Ministry. We welcome you, sir. Thank you. Then the Honorable Minister of State for Environment and Ecological Management, Dr. Moses Ama, that is representing the Minister. He is the Director of Forestry and National Coordinator of RED Plus. Am I correct? Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause, please. Quickly, we'll now move straight into our goodwill messages. And I want to say goodwill messages is just for 2 or 3 minutes. And I want to believe the caliber of people that we have. From the program that I have here, as I said, governors and ministers. But most of it's only the deputy governor that is representative governor we are awaiting, and I want to assure you he's going to come. He was with us throughout yesterday, but today is on his way. But quickly, I will first take the goodwill message of the Honorable Minister of State Environment, and I want to invite Dr. Ama to please step forward and give this goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, all. I am always careful when it comes to protocols, either standing on it or adopting it. Experience has shown that if you stand on it, you'll be standing on a very, array of guests. So I've learned over the years to always adopt it because my weight can break some of the protocols. So that's just to break the ice. Let me say that the Honorable Minister of State, who would have loved to be here, is out of the country for some assignment, and sincerely he regrets his absence because ever since he assumed office in the ministry, what he desires is partnership that will bring benefits to the country and keep the environment at the level that all of us will enjoy it and hand it over to our generations that will come. But let me read a short, just one page, Goodwill message that he asked that I should present. I want to sincerely appreciate the leadership of Lutheran World Relief for their concern in improving cocoa production in Nigeria and enhancing production output. Nigeria contributes to global cocoa beans consumption annually cannot be overlooked, considering their ranking in cocoa production globally. It is important to note that agricultural expansion is adjudged the greatest drivers of deforestation, and that is our concern as the Ministry of Environment. This is why any innovations and strategy deployed to change this narrative is welcomed by the Ministry of Environment. We are happy with the support United States Department of Agriculture is giving to Lutheran World Relief in the TRACE project. I'm aware that the overall objective of TRACE project is to improve productivity while not compromising environmental sustainability, but ensuring better knowledge acquisition in cocoa production and livelihood improvements. This aligns with the 5-point agenda of Mr. President, which has to do with food security, ending poverty, economic growth and job creation, all-inclusiveness, and fighting corruption. Let me, at this junction, appreciate USDA for their investment in this project by building the capacity of these farmers in climate-smart agriculture, improving sustainable development, best available technology practices that will not undermine our environment but improve access to exports by meeting the forest and agricultural traceability commitments of the import nations. We should note that cocoa and other perennial cash crops has come to stay in our forest ecosystem and will continue to discharge its vital ecosystem services. Let us continue to apply agroforestry techniques which encourage sustainable use of land resources for environmental sustainability, food security, economic prosperity, and underground water recharge and the conservation for now and the future generation. Let us not also forget that advocacy and policy change are powerful tools. As an association, that is CFAN, you have a voice, and you must use it to influence decision makers at all levels of government. You can demand stronger environmental regulations, stricter penalties for defaulters of association rules and regulations, and support conservation as your product is also a forest product. I want to thank the Cocoa Farmers Association for weathering the storms of all these years. A new dawn has come, but we must play by the rules by engaging in organic products to safeguard our environment while improving food security. I salute you. No farmer, no nation. It is also important to note that the ministry, which also goes to speak to the Department of Forestry, is very disposed to any partnership that will deliver sustainable forest management and biodiversity conservation, with the ultimate goal of joining global community in ameliorating climate change challenges attributed to anthropogenic causes. Let me once again congratulate Lutheran World Relief for this launch. We look forward to a transformative impact of the TRACE project on the socioeconomic well-being of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless.
That was the goodwill message of the Honorable Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Ishak Salako, read by Dr. Ama. Let's give him another round of applause. At this juncture, I would like to invite for a goodwill message the representative of the governor of Akwa Ibom State. And to do this goodwill message for us is the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Ofiong Ofo. Please, let's encourage our women. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Please permit me to adopt the already established protocol. Here representing His Excellency the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Omoino, who would have loved to be here but is unavoidably absent because of he's had to travel out of the country for other official assignments. Let me start by appreciating Lutheran World Relief and United States Department of Agriculture for this TRACE program. We've been looking forward as a state to participate in interventions that will support our smallholder farmers. And this is a welcome development. We've seen how that they have had to grapple with a number of situations and circumstances in order to carry out agricultural production. But we see the opportunity to participate in this project as an opportunity to scale up what we have been doing before as a state. So for that, we are very appreciative of the opportunity to be a part of this project. And we know how that farmers have faced challenges of inputs, getting the proper inputs, how they have had challenges of carrying out proper agronomic practices in order to get optimum production in their cocoa production. So we appreciate the funders of this project, TRACE project, for bringing us in on board. And we believe that it will serve as an opportunity for our farmers to increase production. It will also improve their livelihoods, create jobs, it will increase income, and boost the economy of the varying participating states and our nation as a whole. We know the role of cocoa in production and the several uses that cocoa has been put to. I heard the US ambassador saying something about loving chocolates, and I'd like to also say that I'm a fan of chocolates. I still take a lot of chocolate drinks now, even though they call it infant formula, but I don't mind. I love it. And I'd like to thank also all the members of the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria. Thank you for the great work that you're doing in all the states. We appreciate you. And someone that sat next to me asked and said, is Akwa Ibom also doing cocoa? I said, yes, we are doing cocoa. That's why we're on TRACE. So thank you for the opportunity to bring us on board. And congratulations to Lutheran World Relief and United States Department of Agriculture. And congratulations to all the participating states. And we trust that our farmers are going to be better off for participating in this project. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let's encourage our women, please. Just as the commissioner was giving the goodwill message, the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, who today is represented today by the Deputy Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emetu, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, just walked in. Your Excellency, I welcome you. Thank you so much for coming. Throughout yesterday, he was with us from the beginning to the end. He has demonstrated a total commitment to the cause of what we are doing. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. He's one of the new faces of the Renew Hope agenda of this present administration. Thank you so much for coming. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly let you know that the Child Day Affairs from the U.S. Embassy has another function that is very, very of serious concern, and because of that, we would like him to witness the official launching of this TRACE project. So permit us to quickly just adjust the program to fit exactly the situation. Because of this, I would like to welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agric and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, who is ably represented today by Mr. Iwara. Please, let's welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As already introduced, I am Mr. Iwara Ibasi, a director in Crop Production Division of Federal Department of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of Agric and Food Security. Actually, the Honorable Minister, you know, with the declaration of a state of emergency on food security in the country, is very much engaged, and for that, is not able to be here with us. But I'm going to go through his address as given to me. And the last two speakers adopted the method of not standing on the already established protocol, but adopting it. So I will also equally adopt the already established protocol. This is an address by the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, at the launching of Lutheran World Relief Trade Project held at Abuja Continental Hotel, Maitama, Abuja, on Thursday, 19th of October, 2023. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this historic launch event of TRACE project of Lutheran World Relief. This is made possible through the generosity of the United States Department of Agriculture Food for Progress Initiative today, Thursday, 9th October 2023. You are all aware of the determination of the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to reposition agriculture by declaring a state of emergency on food security. Permit me to note that the project Traceability and Resilience in Agriculture and Cocoa Ecosystem, TRACE, is a remarkable initiative aimed at improving the livelihood of more than 68,400 cocoa farmers in terms of productivity through the adoption of climate-smart agriculture, use of improved agricultural input and technical know-how, and opportunities to access export market to earn foreign exchange for the country. This stands as a testament to the collaborative spirit and dedication of all stakeholders along the cocoa value chain. We are all aware that cocoa is a prime crop in our economy and a major foreign exchange earner for the country. Hence, there is need for government and the private sector players in the industry to come together to move the value chain forward in Nigeria. In this regard, the federal government has inaugurated a National Cocoa Management Committee with the aim of establishing a National Cocoa Management Commission, which is a coordinating body expected to guarantee quality, traceability, transparency, and sustainability in the cocoa industry. Also, we have taken steps to join Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire Cocoa Initiative, which guarantees a living income differential of $400 per ton of cocoa beans to our cocoa farmers, which will improve their livelihood by maximizing their production, thereby guaranteeing improvement in the industry. It is also on record that this country has so much untapped agricultural and human resources that can take the nation out of its present level of poverty, food insecurity, and unemployment. The task before us, therefore, is to work out all possible ways of upscaling our agricultural production in Nigeria. The challenges in our agricultural production in Nigeria, which include low yield due to poor planting materials, aging farmers, inadequate access to financial support to farmers, low value addition to our farm produce, are impediment to attainment of food and nutrition security in the country. To address these challenges, the present government has put in place strategies such as providing improved planting materials and agrochemicals to farmers, improved support to processors for value addition to encourage local consumption, and boost our export foreign exchange for the country. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the United States Department of Agriculture for their unwavering support and collaboration. Their commitment to promoting sustainable agriculture and resilience in cocoa ecosystems is commendable, and we are honored to join hands with you on this noble endeavor. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy with the turnout of the key stakeholders, both from organized private sector and the public sector at this event. While I welcome you once again, I look forward to witnessing positive changes that will unfold as a result of our collective effort. On behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I have the honor to declare this event open. Thank you.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the representative of the Honorable Minister. We have come to the peak of this launch, which of course is the official launch of this project. I look at all these things in front of our dignitaries. Let me be honest with you, I am 59 years, but it was just yesterday I saw this. I take cocoa, this cocoa beverage, but I never knew how it was done. But you know, information is power. Correct information brings clear thinking, and clear thinking helps people to make sound judgments. But since yesterday, I've been wondering. But for those who don't know, I looked around, I saw that almost everyone here should be above 50. Definitely, you know what this thing is. So at this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, I am not directing, I am too small to direct you, but it's just the task given to me. Please carry these pots in front of you. You can hold the stick too. Just carry it. Okay. That small mortar that you are seeing. Okay. Okay, please. Before let me quickly summarize. Though my Yoruba is not so fluent, but I'll just quickly. Ẹ̀yin àgbẹ̀ oníkòkó, CFAN president, wọ́n ní kí n sọ fún yín wípé US government, ìjọba àwọn Amẹ́ríkà, wọ́n ti ṣetán láti ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ wípé gbogbo oríṣiríṣi nǹkan mèremère tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe fún yín ní ọdún 5 tó ń bọ̀ yìí is láti ràn yín lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan lè dára fún yín náà ni. Fún ọdún 5 nǹkan á yí padà. Gbogbo ohun tẹ́ tí ń fà tó jẹ́ pé bí ìṣòro gbígbìn ni o, ṣíṣe ni o, á yọrí sí rere. Tá bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Amẹ́ríkà fún gbogbo ohun tí wọ́n ń ṣe fún yín. Ẹ kí wọn dáadáa, ẹ dìde kẹ́ kí wọn dáadáa. They are thanking the US Department of Agriculture for all these commendable and laudable efforts because they believe there's going to be transformation. From this alliance is going to be a very good one and is going to assist them in the course of producing better and earning better too. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll just move straight into business. Please, may we please rise, sir. Let's rise. You see, we will know who amongst you have a farm. We will know the real farmer. Sir, it is your task. You understand? So you will direct how they are going to break it. CFAN president, they said they needed a technical assistance concerning how they are going to break it. Possibly. So just look at, this is a typical farmer. Sorry, sir. Maybe I should give you the microphone so that you direct. Oh, yeah. Okay. Who's using this one? Okay. So just watch. Watch the CFAN president and see. No problem. So, okay, you need that. So, exactly. So, yeah, just have to. So, what we need is to say 1, 2, 3, and you start it. And I hope you understand that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. It must be broken. Can you clap for us? Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. It has been a very successful launch. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, honorable ministers that are represented here. Thank you, the team from USDA. Thank you, LWR. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Okay. So we'll just allow the Child Affairs to take his leave. Then we continue in this program. Thank you. Please, let's just give the Child Affairs a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Please, you can take your seats, please. Quickly, we'll continue in our goodwill messages. I want to, at this point, invite the Permanent Secretary, Ekiti State Ministry of Agric, Engineer Olugbenga Odesomi, to please step forward and give the goodwill message of His Excellency, the Ekiti State Governor. Please, let's give him an encouragement clap, please. Thank you.
Distinguished, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Abia State, distinguished discussants from partners, USAID, ILO, and TRACE, etc., distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to read the speech of the Honorable Commissioner of Agric and Food Security, Ekiti State, who is unavoidably absent, but he's so much interested in this project and he would have loved to be here. His name is Honorable Ebenezer Boluwade. I'm humble and honored to be present at this special, to be present as a special guest of this occasion of the launch of the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Food on Progress Trace project of the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria, CFAN, Trace projects and the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria, CFAN second annual festival. It is with great pleasure and privilege that I welcome all to this occasion. The gathering at the conference today represents a pivotal moment in the history of cocoa development in Nigeria and the world in general. I also welcome experts, industry leaders, representatives of TRACE project, beneficiary state, visionary and other stakeholders who are gathered here in order to chart a new course for production and development of the future crop that lays the golden egg among all other agricultural commodities. We must realize that cocoa is not just a crop, it is also a symbol of culture, tradition, and economic vitality of many natives in the world, and Nigeria inclusive. As we gather here to deliberate on the future of cocoa, we must realize that this precious crop is faced with myriad of challenges which include, but not limited to, the following: climate change, aging trees, low productivity, price volatility, supply chain issues, low investment, land degradation, poor processing facilities, inadequate research and extension support, quality control, desertification pressure, and most importantly, security concerns. To overcome these challenges, better cocoa farming techniques must be promoted with the adoption of high-yielding crop varieties coupled with the training of the farmers on these practices, implementation of integrated pest management strategies, and providing farmers with access to disease-resistant cocoa plants, post-harvest processing and fermentation to improve flavor and aroma, which can command higher prices in the global market, must be encouraged. Research into cocoa genetics, climate resilience variety, and innovative farming techniques tailored to Nigerian specific climate and conditions should be supported. Farmers should also be encouraged to participate in certification programs, which we believe can open up premium markets and promote sustainable and ethical cocoa production, in addition to investment in cocoa processing facilities in the country. Ekiti State has a rich history of cocoa cultivation, and our farmers are adjudged the backbone of the industry. Their unflinching dedication and hard work have placed the state among the significant players in the national cocoa market. This has gingered the present administration to rise up to its responsibility in supporting them and ensuring their well-being. This has led us to supplying hybrid cocoa seedlings to cocoa farmers at 50% subsidy to ensure the vitalization of cocoa revolution, providing modern grading equipment, collaboration with farmers and merchants to curb smuggling. In this conference sessions, it is most important to engage thought-promoting discussion, share valued insights, and forge partnerships that will shape the future of cocoa. Let us explore solutions that will enhance the resilience of cocoa production and promote equitable trade practices, as well as cocoa growing, development of cocoa growing communities. In the spirit of unity of purpose, I will also urge you to use this conference with an unwavering commitment to safeguard the future of this remarkable sector. Let us also strive to share knowledge, ideas, and experience. This will in no small measure create a sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for cocoa. I wish every participant a successful conference, which will be a stepping stone towards a brighter and more sustainable cocoa industry. May our deliberation lead to transformative change in cocoa, its producers, and its consumer worldwide. Thank you. Please pardon me for the lapses in reading it on my set. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. You see, one thing I know I can do better than any other person is the fact that when I see my own handwriting, I can do it better. I can see it better than any other person. Not quite 15 minutes ago, I believe they just sent that message to him all the way from Ekiti State. You know, it's always very difficult to. So that is why, because he was there yesterday and we listened to him, he was so fluent. But reading somebody's is always not very easy. Thank you so much. You have done wonderfully well. We'll take another goodwill message of Cross River State Governor. And to do that for us, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the minority leader in Cross River State House of Assembly, formerly lead consultant LWR Nigeria, Honorable Neji Abang, to please step forward and give a goodwill message. Thank you.
See. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Abia State, the President, Cocoa Farmers Association, other members of the high table, high represented. My name is Honorable Neji Abang. By the grace of God, I am the minority leader of the Cross River State Assembly, the 10th Assembly, the People Assembly. Today, I'm opportune to represent the Cross River State government. We have what we call now Ministry of Crops and Irrigation, no longer Ministry of Agriculture. So Cross River State is well positioned to be the #1 state as far as cocoa production is concerned. We have young farmers here in this hall. Is Pastor Duke here? Pastor Duke is there. Our state is talk and do. Yesterday, recently, he just told me that he harvested 150 bags of cocoa in his farm. That is average of 10 tons for a young man of 51 years. So our state is talk and do. We are positioned, that's why the state government decided to create Ministry of Crops and Irrigation, carving out, not making it ambiguous, so Ministry of Agriculture. So we are ready. As I speak to you, the commissioner was supposed to be here himself, but he apologized, sent his apologies, because we are inaugurating the Cocoa Development Committee in the state. The state is positioned because they have over 10,000 active cocoa farms. They are trying to differentiate, try to share it into farmers, small-scale farmers. So the state is positioned to be the #1 state. So this program by LWR is a plus to our state because we'll use that to engage more of our youth. So it's not a new thing to us. So I want to thank LWR for this opportunity. I want to thank the US government for supporting the state government, for supporting Nigeria, because this is a dream come true. We all want to see how Nigeria, how our youth can be engaged. Because we keep on saying that our youth are not employed. But this is an opportunity for our youth to be actively engaged. And Cross River State will support this program in totality. So just be assured that anytime you are in the state, I'm happy that the second headquarters is located in Ikom, Cross River State, that will manage both Abia State and Akwa Ibom State. So it will be easier for us to work, to collaborate. In case you need any assistance from the government is ready to do that. I'm also here with our head of legal team to make sure that in case we have laws that they want us to review, the state government, the House of Assembly is ready, position itself to review the laws, to make sure those laws will actually suit what you want to achieve. So we are ready to assist people, we are ready to work hand in hand. Thank you, and God bless all.
Thank you, Honorable. We appreciate. I don't know, or I want to know, if the representative of the governor of Ondo State is here to give a goodwill message, but If he's not here, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, sir, you can step forward. Please, let's encourage him, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ganiyu Adeni Ibada, Director of Produce Services, Ondo State, here representing my Honorable Commissioner, the Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry, Honorable Olayato Aribo. I have been directed to greet this audience and to seek apology that the Honorable Commissioner would have loved to be here, but for other pressing official engagements, he's here unavoidably absent. That's an apology from him. We are not here for competition anyway. My brother from Cross River says, I just told us that Cross River is trying to take over production in Nigeria. But I want to tell you that Ondo State is still leading. I will continue to lead. Cocoa is a very important crop that is contributing significantly to the economy of Ondo State. Currently, Ondo State is doing about 76,000 on the average per annum, which is a significant percentage of the national production. As a result of the contribution of the crop to the economy of the state, the state government is highly interested in the crop and has great passion for the crop. And this is informed series of programs and projects that have been put in place by the state government to boost production, both in terms of quantity and quality. One of the areas of intervention is the creation of an agency, Cocoa Revolution Agency, specifically mandated to take charge of activities of cocoa in Ondo State. And I'm happy the immediate past administrative secretary of the revolution, somebody who has done a lot for the state, is here seated, Mr. Adenoburo. In fact, I was happy when I saw him. Apart from the creation of this agency, the state government gives inputs to farmers, hybrid cocoa seedlings, and the other inputs. And the state government is also very interested in making sure that the environment is taken care of, despite the fact that we are trying to
say that this project is not only timely but appropriate to bring back the glory of the product to be able to fully exploit its economic potential as a national crop. There is no doubt that cocoa production is faced with a lot of challenges, such as the issue of climate change, inadequate and non-accessibility of farmers to improve planting materials and other inputs, farmers' technical and capacity deficiency, issues on post-harvest and processing, among others. As we may be aware that the foundation for increasing productivity is the provision of good planting materials for early maturing, high-yielding, and disease-resistant varieties. And our effort in this regard is that the state has embarked on the gradual rehabilitation of aged cocoa seed garden, which was actually established in 1962. We all believe that the production of that seed garden is now at low capacity. So we do this with the new parental clonal materials produced for us by the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria with full irrigation system. The Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, with the assistance of LABDO, a non-governmental organization, recently come up with agricultural policy draft for the state, which was sponsored by USAID. One of the strategies identified to implement the policy statement and achieve the policy objective is that the state will ensure collaboration with the stakeholders, especially cocoa exporters operating in the state, to strengthen the traceability system. And once the policy draft passes through the revalidation stage and signed by the governor, I can assure you that the full implementation will commence. I believe that one of the key focus of this project is the traceability, which we are working towards. Let me at this point express gratitude to Lutheran World Relief, US Agric, for coming up with the $22 million project aimed at addressing most of the identified challenges in our cocoa sector. It is our belief that with collaborative efforts, cocoa business will no longer remain the same in our state. So I want to thank the Cocoa Farmers Association and all the participants that are present here today. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the President, Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria, Comrade Adeola Adegoke, to please give his goodwill message. Are there farmers here?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, because time is not on our side. See. There is a message we are telling in the whole of the sector, that the producers are what? Are the most important in the valuation. The most important. Abi? So for you to recreate it, let them know in this gathering. See. I want to see your power. See. Thank you very much. God bless you. And let me adopt the existing protocol, just like my brother said the other time, that we are not standing on it, but today we are adopting it. Thank you, sir. And let me also welcome the Board of Trustee, Chairman of Cocoa Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the National President of FACAN. Even, sir, you won't teach me how to greet you, sir, with due respect, Dr. Victor Iyama. Please, can you give him a round of applause? My yoga like to hide, but me, I know how to find him. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been very glorious. If you are happy since yesterday, can we see your hands up? And like I will say, please, can we give 3 gbosas for USDA and Chorus and Lutheran for doing a wonderful job in Nigeria projects? Can you give, please, 3 gbosas for them? And please, can we give, because we have His Excellency is here. It's a contact to all His Excellency in the 6 mandate state. For being here, it shows the commitment of the state government in this 6 mandate state. Can we give him a 3 gbosa for that? For being part of this history, can you give 3 gbosa for yourself? May you all be blessed. I am happy to be part of this history. Are you not happy? I believe this will be a turning point. Like the USDA and the Deputy Chief of Mission has reiterated, we will all see why the US government is very keen and very disastrous desirous of changing not only agriculture, but cocoa in particular. And we have seen why carefully they have chosen Nigeria as one of the cocoa origin countries for transformation. And that is why the issue of AGOA is not what just mere talk shop. It is a serious commitment from the US government. Like I said yesterday, we are very proud of the US government in these directions. And without missing word, the producers of cocoa in Nigeria were desirous of seeing changes in the next 5 years in the cocoa value chain. This is a win-win situation for all of us. Not only the farmers, the buyers, the researchers, the exporters, the processors. Everybody, the policymakers, is going to be a win-win situation. Don't be intimidated by the strength of the producers. It shows the resilience, what we are doing to keep up the productions. And I've always been emphasizing it. It is when the producers produce well that we can leverage on it. Can we give the producers a round of applause for this? Don't just look at me. Just consider my message. We must work together. This message is also not only in Nigeria. We have seen Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, ICCO. We have seen that the world is gaining a momentum. It's a global village as far as cocoa production is concerned. Sustainability cannot be done in only one person's farm. Sustainability cannot be achieved in only one origin country. It is a global phenomenon. And that is why we must work together in the Nigerian cocoa sector to make this program successful. That is my message. Whether you are a producer, a farmer, whether you are a buyer, whether you are an exporter, whether you are a scientist, a processor, a policymaker, there is no division. Our aims and objectives of achieving, helping Chorus, Lutheran, USDA to achieve this project must be our target. And that is why I am using this opportunity to employ every one of us. We must be responsible across the value chain. Era of division is over. The work has started. We are going to be an agent of change in the whole value chain. My message is not just to talk. We have talked. Experts have talked. Researchers have talked. What we need is to get the work done. But I can assure you, as your representatives, that we are going to provide the expected leadership that will make the program to succeed, FS in Nigeria through cocoa to be generated, cocoa to be back to its former place in Nigeria, and the US government will be proud after 5 years that they have not made a mistake of choosing Lutheran as a vehicle of change for Nigerian cocoa industry. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Let's give another round of applause to CFAM President. Like I always say, it takes a very successful leader to lead very successful people. You can see he's an inspirational leader. Thank you so much for leading well. Thank you. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to, at this point, say that let us clap for Abia State. Thank you. Abia State came with a full house. We have in their delegation Director of Produce, Abia State, Mr. Luzu Umekalu. We have Elder Eno Kalu Eke, Cocoa Desk Office and Secretary, Cocoa Development Committee. We have Director of Crops, Ministry of Agric, Abia State, Obilo Promise Nwabueze. And to crown it all, they came with the Deputy Governor of that state. When a man's ways are pleasing to God, he dreams and sees vision. They said vision without action is merely a dream. But when a vision is translated into action, the society changes for the better. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to respectfully invite to the podium for the Goodwill message of Abia State, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Abia State, Engineer Ikechukwu Emetu, Fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers. Your Excellency, sir.
See. I'm very happy crossing from being a farmer of maize and soybean into the cocoa farm. You know, being a deputy governor, one of the responsibilities that is being saddled to the office of the deputy governor is to make sure that the life of the cocoa doesn't die under the office of the deputy governor. And one who read petroleum engineering and decided to leave the rig and found himself on the farm, definitely you understand that the money is there in the farm. Well, during the introduction of all the dignitaries here, I was engaged in another meeting, so I won't adopt the protocol. Instead, I'll have to do the protocol myself. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, ably represented. Honorable Minister of State for Environment and Ecological Management, Dr. Ishaq Salako, represented by Dr. Moses Hammer. Director of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment, the Minority Leader, Cross River State House of Assembly, Honorable Neji Abang, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Efyong Ofo, Chief Operating Officer, Cross International, Mr. Mahmoud Ba, Councilor for Agricultural Affairs, USDA Lagos, Mr. Christopher Village, Charged Affairs, U.S. Embassy, Mr. David Green, the Lutheran World Regional Director for West Africa and Haiti, Mr. Hamid Mangari, President Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria, Comrade Adeola Adegoke, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Ekiti State, DGs, Head of Agencies and Research Institutes, all partners of relevant stakeholders here present, members of the Cocoa Association of Nigeria, gentlemen of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly appreciate the devotion, commitment, and dutiful sacrifice and the spirit of collaboration demonstrated by the USDA and the Lutheran family here today. Honorable Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and stakeholders in the cocoa agribusiness, the farmers, marketers, technocrats, researchers, and also the consumers of cocoa products. We have brainstormed on various critical issues and areas of interest. It's our strong belief that our mission and vision to have optimal production of cocoa and better lifestyle for our farmers remains paramount. There should be a reason why the younger ones who are coming or who really wants to be farmers, there should be something they will see in a cocoa farmer and they will say, yes, I want to be a cocoa farmer. More reason why I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone here, the TRACE project launch, for doing this for the country Nigeria. One of the problems that is being saddled with the government of Abia State is for us to try as much as possible to reduce youth restiveness. And that's also a collective problem in the country. They say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But I believe with this very project, helping the farmers and at the same time making sure that we broaden our ways of propagating cocoa as a crop in the states, where I come from, Abia State, we will be able to make sure that these unemployed youths that we have in the state will be able to take charge of certain plots of land and also manage the cocoa farm there. Whatever we are doing today must encourage the welfare of the farmers, which I strongly believe in, and also to give them that education in ways of raising this very crop from the nursery stage to the permanent fields. We strongly affirm the interest of Abia State and will always open our doors to good partnership and also investment from foreign partners. I hereby today thank you all on behalf of the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, OFR. He is far away in Hungary, trying to make sure that Abia remains the God's own state. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, let's give His Excellency another round of applause. All the way from Abia State. And he has been with us since yesterday. He's a wonderful man. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before it will turn to you talk, you don't shoot. We need to relax a little because after this, we're moving into a round of discussions, and it is very important for us to at least pause a little to have an interlude. Welcome, traditional choreography. I want to encourage you to take your time and see this entertainment aspect of this event. Please, the choreographers, we are waiting. Thank you. Please make it very fast, please.
Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Hey, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, aye, congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, aye, congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, aye, congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations, Coco. Congratulations. Aye, congratulations, Coco. 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 Nine, 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 nine. Angan benu abniwo. Nine, 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 abniwo. Ayin balaye ayiwo. Dada oyaye ya. Ayin mena kungwe lo. Ayin te dada ni changaza. Ayin mena kungwe changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin dada kungwe changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin dada ni changaza. Ningin me ya kungwe changaza. Ningin dada kungwe changaza. Gabe ya me ya yin wala be o. Gabe ya me ya baku be o. Gabe ya me ya bala be o. Gabe ya me ya wala be o. Inga dana kun wala be. Inga dana yin wala be. Inga ban ya kun wala be. Inga ban ya kun wala waje. Inga dana 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 kun wala waje. Aye, wala zabi. Aye o, la waje. Aye, wala waje. Aye dana kun wala waje. Aye me akwa bishiwo o. Inga dana babelo 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 o. Inga me abe akuya. Ganda be che akuya. Fish la 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 akuya. Inga dana babelo o. Inga dana babelo o. Inga dana babelo o. Inga dana babelo o. Fish la akuya. Fish la akuya. Fish la akuya. Fish la akuya. Inga dana akuya. Inga dana akuya. Inga me akuya. Inga me akuya. Inga me akuya. Inga akuya. Inga me 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 akuya.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause, please. Culture, they say, is a way of life. Nigeria is very rich in culture. That troop that you've just witnessed, they are the Baggies. They are domiciled in the FCT. They are the original inhabitants of FCT before the seat of government was moved to the capital. You see the load they carried in their backs. That is the way. They don't carry loads on their heads. They carry loads at their back. That's part of life. But we have so many ethnic nationalities and groups in Nigeria. We are very rich. Our cultural heritage is fantastic. Thank you so much. Please, let's give them another round of applause, please. Our time is fast spent. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because after this, we are still moving into another panel discussion. But first, before we pause for a break, we'll take a group photograph. The dignitaries on the high table, we'll just take it here. We'll just take a group photograph here. So please, please just come closer. So Your Excellency, please, you can just, may we just please rise as we take the group photograph, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Sir, you carry your pod, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go on cocoa break for 30 minutes, let me quickly let you know that the following dignitaries are with us, if you don't mind. We have with us Mr. Komolafe Abraham, Agric Advisor to the Senior Special Assistant, State House. We also have with us Mr. Adewumi Olusegun, Executive Secretary, Cocoa Association of Nigeria. We have Ambassador Dr. Adewale, Director, CFC. Mr. Kazim Sani, Country Rep, Rainforest Alliance. Thank you so much for coming. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to implore our Excellency to please lead the delegation at the high table for a cocoa break for 30 minutes. Our ushers, please, where are you? Please come and lead our Excellency and our dignitaries to the cocoa table. Thank you. Please, others can follow, please. Thank you very much.
the US government for putting together these grants, specifically through the US Department of Agriculture. This is an incredible program that we have implemented in other countries. But most importantly, I will try to explain and go through in this introduction why we think this is a transformative program. Our work in the cocoa sector in Nigeria is not only critical, but it is strategic. As you all know, and we heard yesterday, Nigeria today stands as the 4th largest producer of cocoa in Africa, 4th behind Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and
First, I want to thank the U.S. government for putting together this grant, specifically through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This is an incredible program that we have implemented in other countries. But most importantly, I will try to explain and go through in this introduction why we think this is a transformative program. Our work in the cocoa sector in Nigeria is not only critical, but it is strategic. As you all know, and we heard yesterday, Nigeria today stands as the 4th largest producer of cocoa in Africa, 4th behind Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Ecuador. Cocoa remains in the agriculture sector the leading export with 350,000 metric tons per year. Historically, cocoa has dominated the Nigerian economy up to the discovery of oil. And with this renewed vision on agriculture and food security, cocoa is poised to experience a strong growth. Cocoa also remains the leading employer in the rural economy with an estimated 300,000 producers involved in production across 14 states, some of those states represented here today. And millions more are poised to benefit from this sector in smallholders and villages that produce cocoa, as well as companies and services that comes around it. As the Master of Ceremony alluded earlier, the TRACE program will address several challenges in the sector, as well as bring in opportunities. One, we all know that there is a global demand today for high quality and sustainable cocoa. New legislation from the EU specifically, and soon other countries to follow, is requiring full traceability of cocoa production from the point of production to the end.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to formally welcome you back
cocoa has not been produced
to this segment, the panel discussion segment.
Or farmed don't respect human rights.
I want to start inviting the
dear participants, these requirements are not just driven by politicals. It's driven by the consumer. Today's consumer is more informed than ever. And as many of you know, when you enter a store today, you see all type of labels. Today, consumers are also concerned with impact. And they want to know whether what they are consuming is harming somebody. And that is driving these requirements that you are seeing. At the end of the day, the farmer will get paid a portion of what the consumer pays. Also, the United States government continues to be concerned about child labor in the West Africa cocoa value chain, especially what is defined as the worst kind of child labor, such as handling chemicals or anything that will harm a child. Last but not least, climate change. All in this room has been experiencing climate change. It's not just a word, we are seeing it. You are being affected daily by droughts, unusual rains, floodings. All these calls us to take this program very seriously. Through this program, the US government is partnering with Nigeria in its quest to seize the opportunity to recover its status as a top cocoa producer of quality in West Africa. And Nigeria has so many assets, starting with land. The country is endowed with ample and fertile land, approximately 1.4 million hectares of cultivated cocoa fields. On the human capital side, Nigeria has capable, smart, hardworking, and a next generation that is poised to take the opportunity on farming cocoa and all the services that comes along with it. Third, we are seeing across all sectors of this truly global economy the rise of technology and the impact that it has on sectors. We're also seeing the requirement, the necessity to get the youth and women involved. In most of these farms, we all know women are driving the force in producing this cocoa. So it is only right and fair that they participate and equally and equitably earn their fair share. We're also seeking to increase the quantity, quality, and the price of cocoa, which will create investments for more opportunity, for more sustainable sector with jobs, data, information, and value at every level. Under the TRACE project, we envision reaching more than 60,000 smallholder cocoa farmers across 6 states with climate-smart production practices and agroecological inputs. We're envisioning to improve the variety of a well-adapted seeding to face challenges facing the sector. We are also envisioning partnership with the private sector to incentivize traceability and data collection within their supply chain and to end cocoa-driven deforestation within the supply chain through new multitask holders deforestation initiatives, MDI. We're also envisioning transforming the role of licensed buying agent, LBAs, and factors into traceability services and polyvalent input and information providers supporting better traceable production. We will definitely be relying on partnership with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the Ministry of Environment, the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, and with the state governments of Ondo, Osun, Ikiti, Cross River, Abia, and Akwa Ibom. To close, I'll walk away with 3 takeaways. 1, in order for this program to work, it has to be owned by the country. This needs to be country owned. Our job as a US government or partners is to just support your vision. So I will urge you to get involved, to come close to the project owners and implementers, ask questions, participate, educate yourself on this program. Second, this program will only be sustainable if it is truly ingrained in policy and institutional reform. If at the end of the day, all we do after 5 years is just plant seeds or give you kits, and the policies and institutions do not adapt to the reform, it will not be sustainable. So I will urge our partners in government to work with us through initiatives that are already underway, like the National Development Framework, including the proposed structuring of the National Cocoa Management Committee. Finally, results. At the end of the day, this program should translate into more money in the pocket of the farmer. If at the end of the day that key indicator does not exist, where the farmer doesn't see an increase in income, then something has gone wrong. So I will urge you to get engaged, work with us, tell us what is working and what is not working. Let's adjust when adjustment is needed. But together we can get this program in the next 5 years to change the lives of many in this room and those that are not in this room as well. With that, I want to thank you all.
training on the good agricultural practices that will accompany all the efforts that we're making. So that's on the productivity side. We are also looking to expand, like I said, the market for cocoa of Nigerian origin using traceability. Traceability because we want to tell the story of the source of the bean, and it's been said again yesterday and today, these new regulations that are coming out now, the EU regulations on deforestation, you cannot send products to market if you cannot prove that it's not linked to deforestation. For a long time, the social issues already been there, child labor. But we, partner Siliva.org, will talk a lot more detail about that. How, what are the parameters when in Nigeria we say traceability? What do we all understand? What is common? So that even though one company would have an advantage if they've done a lot of work with the farmers they work with, we can, at a very basic level, say that if we say this cocoa is traceable from Nigeria, it meets this and this and that criteria. We're not only looking at traceability only for dry beans, we're also going all the way to the planting material. So we'll be working with the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria and with IITA. Dr. Sari will talk a little more detail about that. To also look at the planting material. Again, I go back to Dr. Gunlade's presentation from yesterday, and also Dr. Ikpopodion talked about Crane has material that can do 1 ton per hectare, even 2 tons per hectare. But the current average is less than 500 kilos a hectare. Why? If Crane has had this material for more than 15 years, why is it that it is not getting to the farmer, the farm level? Is every seedling that is being sold as a TC series really a TC series? How can we tell? And how can we ensure that if a farmer sees a sign, someone says, I'm selling TC series seedlings, and they go to, how can we ensure that that's indeed TC series seedlings? Because the farmer doesn't have to wait 5 years to find out that that seedling is not producing as they should, those 2 tons, but it's doing 300 kilos to a hectare. So we're going to work on a system as well to trace through from the planting material, whether it's from Crane's certified seed gardens or at the state level. The states talked about having old seed gardens, if we can help rejuvenate that with assistance of Crane. So that's for the future, so that we can at least know what is missing and start work there, the investment there to say Crane needs more seed gardens or Crane needs to hire more people for pollination in each state. We can determine exactly what we need to do. So those are the 2 main objectives. Now, to do this, we have 6 activities, but each of the partners can talk a lot more detail about those activities than I can. So I will stop here.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nene. That was an excellent reminder and a good overview. I'd like to ask Dr. Adibola a little bit more about how does this project align with the priorities of CRIN, as well as the priorities of the President through his 8-point agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. As you know, that CRIN has the mandate for carrying out research and development on cocoa and some other tree crops. And one of our mandates is to ensure that our farmers are well served. Our farmers are given the right planting materials at the right time. And we are so happy that this project is coming on board. It will assist us to be able to assist our farmers and serve our farmers better in the area of supplying high-yielding planting materials to them on a yearly basis. Like you have, the Chief of Party have already mentioned that we have materials that can produce between 1 ton and 2 tons per hectare. Those materials were developed about 10, 15 years ago in our institute, and we have them ready to be for us to be able to distribute them to farmers. But then you also mentioned that the average production is about 500 kg per hectare instead of 1 to 2 tons that we are talking about. Why? Yeah, I can also mention a little bit about why this is happening. The materials are there, but they are not in enough quantities. We need support to be able to produce enough quantities of these materials for distribution to our farmers. The second point is that farmers also, when they collect these materials from us, they don't want to clear their whole farms at the same time. And that is why you see that this has not translated into the yield figure that we are expecting. So we in Crane, we are also encouraging maybe phase planting. For example, if you have like 2 to 3 hectares of a cocoa farm that is declining in productivity, or that has declined in productivity, instead of clearing the whole 3 hectares and replanting at once, we can encourage phase planting. I think one of the presenters also mentioned that. So that is why you have not been able to see immediate transformation into getting up to 1 to 2 tons per hectare that we desire. So yes, coming back to Paul, we are very happy and we are privileged to be part of this project, and we'll give everything that we have in our arsenal to make sure that the project is successful. After all, we are accountable to our teaming farmers across the cocoa producing belt. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And could you just answer the question about the 8-point agenda of the president?
Yes.
How do you see this program and your work connecting with that
with the
ambitious agenda?
The Renew Hope agenda of the government, the emphasis is now being laid on non-oil sector. And cocoa happens to be one of the major foreign exchange earners for the country. So if with this project supporting us, and we are supporting our farmers, it will translate into more production, although I want to disagree a little bit with the chief of party. More production, we want more production, and I believe the project will also assist us in getting better quality cocoa, Nigerian cocoa, to the international market. And what does that mean? It translates into more foreign exchange coming into the country. So it's really, the project is really in line with the agenda of the federal government of Nigeria. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Very well done. Maybe I'll turn to our partner for traceability, Cone. We've heard a lot about traceability, and I see it a lot in the media, but what does it mean exactly? And perhaps as a follow-on, how will traceability expand the market for Nigerian cocoa?
Right, important questions. Thank you. What means traceability? It all depends on who wants traceability, right? So we're not doing this because we just fancy doing this. No, we try to make sure that Nigeria continues to access the European Union market, which takes up 75% of the export volume, right? And if we look at the details of the EUDR, the EU Deforestation Regulation, it states that there are 2 critical requirements. And one, there needs to be evidence that the production has happened without any deforestation or land. Since no deforestation or land use change since the cutoff date of December 2020. And secondly, all the production needs to be in line with local regulations on other social aspects. So practically, what does it mean for exporters who want to send the cocoa to Europe? Well, they have to make sure that the produce is traceable up to the production site, so up to that plot of the farmer. And that's where the traceability will come in, that the form of traceability can, and the solutions can be very diverse. Some people do traceability with just pen and paper, tracing down step by step to which intermediaries the cocoa came, and that can be fine. But most likely it will be more efficient if there is an adoption of softwares which have been designed specifically to answer traceability challenges.
Great, thank you, Cohen. And you mentioned this question of land use change and the dynamics of deforestation, which we've heard about. Dr. Asari from IITA, could you tell us why this particular issue of deforestation and land use change is important for the cocoa sector? And secondly, what will this project bring for Nigerian cocoa farmers with regard to those aspects?
Thank you very much, Paul. So, improved productivity would lead us to improved production. And improved production, if we are not careful, will lead to expansion because farmers have access to land. And most of this land, or some of this land, could be forested areas or areas that are very vulnerable to any vegetation changes. And so if we are not careful, this expansion will then lead to deforestation. And that is why projects like TRACE is very important, because even though we want to improve productivity through improved varieties that we give farmers and also good agricultural practices, we need to work with policy so that when we have improved productivity, because if farmers improve productivity, they are happy, they know they are doing good work. So why not add another piece of land to be able to increase in production? But then if there are existing policies that would help to curb this situation, and that is why I was very happy hearing all the governors and then the commissioners of agriculture being part of it, then we would see how we can curtail that, because we cannot expand when we improve productivity. We should be able to stay where we are for a longer period. So there are two schools of thoughts that if you increase productivity, then it will lead to expansion. And then we also think that if you increase productivity, then you allow people to stay in a particular place or on a particular piece of land for a long time before any expansion would take place. And during that time, policy would also take time to be able to be effective to reduce this pace of rushing into new areas to produce cocoa. But the good thing also is that cocoa is this unique crop that could also bring into the landscape the kind of tree cover that we need to also improve biodiversity conservation or improve, degraded areas. So we have the opportunity now to use the crop to improve the kind of vegetation that is already degraded. And also we also have the opportunity to improve the livelihoods of these farmers because we can improve productivity. So we don't have to push this vicious cycle of improving productivity and then production and then expansion, but rather making sure that we make these farmers sedentary because they are getting enough, and making sure that there are policies to also help these farmers stay where they are and not move too fast to new areas.
Great, thank you, Dr. Asari. Ecometrica is one of our partners on this project, and we're fortunate to have Dr. Sei with us today. Dr. Sei, could you tell us about the work you've done in looking specifically at land use in Cross River State and the dimensions of deforestation related to cocoa that you've seen, and the products and results that you've been able to identify?
Okay, thank you. The work we did in Cross River State, as Silva said, that as from next year, crops that are deforestation driven will not be allowed into Europe and other countries may follow. So what we did in Cross River State is that we built the capacities of the government officials to produce detailed land use map that can clearly separate commodities from natural forest. Commodities in the sense that we have 3 crops, that's cocoa, oil palm, and rubber. So because every exporter that is exporting cocoa or any of these products into Europe must provide evidence that their products are not deforestation driven. And how to produce such evidence is through a detailed land use map, and where it will show that your farm, the farm where you are sourcing your product, are not within the area that are prone or deforestation hotspots. So what we did in Cross River State is that we produced detailed land use map of Cross River State that clearly separated cocoa, agroforestry cocoa, monocrop cocoa, monoculture cocoa, and oil palm and rubber from natural forest. And we clearly map the areas where cocoa, other tree crops are expanding into the forest reserve and protected forest, either the community forest, state forest reserve, and national parks. So we're able to identify cocoa farms, oil palms inside the protected forest. And these are the areas that we need to really take into consideration when we are asking for expansion or improving the productivity and production. We must be sure that our farmers are not producing cocoa that are not marketable outside Nigeria. And that's what we have done. And the map has been uploaded in the Ecometrica platform, which has been adopted. The platform has been adopted by World Cocoa Foundation to sell assurances to exporters that are exporting cocoa into European Union countries.
Great, thank you, Dr. Saeed. That's really interesting, and I'll follow up with you later on a question about how people can access these maps and these updated resources. But perhaps, Nene, we've heard a lot about the private sector and the importance of exporters. Could you tell us how this project is planning on engaging the private sector and what opportunities exist? I know there's several private sector companies around the table here today and in attendance, and we'd love to hear from you what you envision for that kind of partnership.
Right. Thanks again, Paul. Well, like I said, we have been we started implementation a year ago for the baseline study to go out in the field and talk to farmers. We couldn't just walk in and start talking to farmers. Someone had to tell us that these farmers are doing this here or been doing this with these farmers here for a while. So to do that, we relied heavily on the industry's ongoing sustainability programs. Of course, we fell on the expertise of our partner, Crane, also to reach them. And then, so these are the farmers who provided the information for us to establish the basis, how things are currently, based on which we are going to implement these activities to foster the change. Currently, we are doing sensitization. We're letting these farmers within the networks know the activities that are coming down the line. And then once we have the approval of that baseline study, we can start implementation. So these private sector companies are partners in field implementation in the field. This, again, like I said, each company has its supply chain, and they have put a lot of resources into it, into building it to make the farmers produce the best they can. And of course, there's some sort of feeling of some proprietary ownership of that channel, the resources that has gone in there. But we are looking at a pre-competitive level of activities. So, for instance, working with Crane to make sure that the improved planting material gets to farmers. It's whether you are company A, company B, I'm sure that everybody wants to make sure that the farmers get improved planting material. Same also for the government, the various state governments. So this one opportunity, you want to be assured of the quality of the planting material that you're supplying to your supply chain, to your farmers within your sustainability programs. Trace can help you do that with a partnership we're going to have with Crane. And then to trace that material to make sure that it goes duly through the process of nursery management, where you have appropriate chemicals. Even at the nursery, you can use chemicals that are not really approved or appropriate. So to make sure that you take advantage of all of that, use the right approved input, even for the nursery, that as well you can trace, can help with that. So that's production side. And then after you produce, there's a market access. We have been engaging with a lot of opportunities. We spoke to IFC, which had a program that they were planning on. Earlier this week, we went to the U.S. Commercial Service that talked about how they put buyers and sellers of agric, both commodities and equipment, in touch. So these are all opportunities. And then, of course, we have the work that Silver will be doing to define the parameters for the traceability system. That's key to help respond to regulations like the new EU deforestation regulation. So these are some of the things that the private sector can take advantage of Trace to help.
Thank you. Maybe to Kryn, I know that you sit on the, you represent government in some ways in this particular program. And we've heard a lot about the new regulations at the European level. What is the government of Nigeria doing in terms of regulatory and policy work around the cocoa sector? We heard some allusions to the National Management Committee, to a potential cocoa board of some sort at the national level. Dr. Abiola, could you tell us a little bit more about what's envisioned and what we can expect from these new regulations?
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, before this time, you will see that the cocoa sector virtually has no, I would say no control. There is no regulatory body. It's everyone doing whatever they like in the sector. This is not good enough. And there is no country that will leave that type of sector without any control. When you have a sector that has no control, it means people can indulge in sharp practices, which can also tarnish the image of the country. Government is doing a lot, and they are aware of this. I think it all started in around 1980s when the Cocoa Board then was dissolved. There are several reasons why the Cocoa Board was dissolved that time. The same thing that led to the dissolution of the Cocoa Board also happens to Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. And I think Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire did not completely throw away their regulatory body for that sector. Unlike Nigeria, that we just decided to do away with the regulatory body. Now that the government is aware, the government is now first. The National Cocoa Plan that have been going forth and back have been approved. It has gone to the approved body and it has been approved. So which means we now have a kind of a 10 to 20 year National Cocoa Plan which you can follow. There are a lot of things in that particular document which is now approved. Secondly, the government has put together the National Cocoa Management Committee. The committee was carefully selected across all the value chain. We have the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria well represented there. We have the CAN, Cocoa Association of Nigeria also were represented. We have the states that are producing the cocoa producing states, 14 of them also being represented. Then we have the research sector being represented by Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, in which I happen to be the executive director and also the secretary to the National Cocoa Management Committee that have been put into place. This committee have been saddled with a lot of responsibilities, which will involve regulation in the sector. But unlike the the board, the former cocoa board, the committee will not be involved in buying and selling of cocoa beans. I think in doing that, the committee will be able to concentrate on the major function or the reason why the committee was put together. Issues like regulating or looking at indiscriminate importation and use of agrochemicals that can eventually lead to what we call the pesticide residue in our dry cocoa beans. Those are the issues that we are going to look at. Apart from all other regulatory issues that the committee is going to deal with. The committee, after being put together, will now be forwarded to the National Assembly for proper legislation. Once that is done and we get the nod of the National Assembly, the committee will now spring into work, and we envision that that committee will eventually translate into National Cocoa Commission with full responsibility in regulating the cocoa sector in Nigeria. So yes, the government is doing, they are aware and they are doing a lot to make sure that we regulate that particular sector.
Great. Thank you very much. And that's an excellent update. Could I ask maybe one follow-up question? How and where will people be able to access the information about the national regulations and policies?
Thank you very much. I'm sure my colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security are here. They are the custodian of the policies for government, and I'm sure that they have areas where we can quickly look at in terms of the website. I think they have a vibrant website. They also have a lot of pamphlets that they develop and distribute to educate people in terms of what are the policy regulations that are in place for the cocoa sector. You can also find a bit of that also in our website. We also have a vibrant website which people can easily access and get whatever information they need to get. So yes, there are a lot of areas where we can get information as regards the policy direction of the government in terms of regulating the cocoa sector.
Great, thank you very much. And I know for our part, under the TRACE project, we'll be pleased to partner with government to help amplify that message and communicate information about those new policies. Dr. Asari, we've heard a lot about climate change and the impact that the entire world, including Nigeria, including Nigeria's cocoa sector, is feeling from excessive heat, erratic weather patterns. And we're here today during the peak of the rainy season. We've heard a lot also about climate-smart agriculture. Could you tell us what that means concretely in terms of the cocoa sector? What practices, technologies, techniques should the cocoa farmers of Nigeria be considering? And what will we be implementing under this new project?
Thank you very much. Now we are going into the details of the complexities of cocoa farming and climate change. Climate smart agriculture is a very broad concept, but then we have actually looked into our area of work and then looked into climate smart cocoa. And what climate smart cocoa means, I mean, from IIT and from the work that we do, we don't want to go into the FAO definition because that is very broad. But if you bring it home, is to produce cocoa that is sustainable, that would also ensure food security and environmental integrity. What does that mean to the farmer? To the farmer, climate smart cocoa is to engage in practices that are timely for the survival of the cocoa, practices that are moisture conserving to make sure that we have conserved enough water for the plant, and then also practices that actually apply or employ a species, a special arrangement of species. You know, cocoa is a very sensitive crop. It needs a lot of protection, both beneath ground and above ground. Yeah, so it is one of the crops that you can breed it for insect or pest resistance, for disease resistance, but you cannot take it from its environment and think that it will survive. It's a forest crop. It was moved from the forest, and in the forest, trees depend on each other for interaction, for protection. So the spatial distribution of species that are compatible with cocoa is very important for protection. And then the stepwise implementation of practices to make sure that farmers actually employ their resources, or they employ the services of these practices based on their resource endowment. So 4 things that goes into it. You know, the spatial arrangement, the timely intervention of practices, moisture conserving, and then the the stepwise implementation of these activities. Now, the only strategy that we have for climate smart cocoa now that farmers can afford is what we always talk about as cocoa agroforestry or irrigation. But I would like to talk about cocoa agroforestry. Cocoa agroforestry is not alien to cocoa production. Actually, it is the practice that our farmers have engaged in since time immemorial. And so when we talk about the 70% of cocoa coming from West Africa, it is because these farmers have practiced cocoa agroforestry in their own way. And now let me explain a little bit. The cocoa plant in its seedling and early establishment stages needs about 70% of protection against the sun. 70% protection. Now, when it grows and starts bearing in economic quantities, then you need to also open the canopy or the spaces so that it can actually perform very, very well to produce. But then we sometimes think that we can replace these natural processes or natural manipulation of the environment by just applying artificial substances like, putting inorganic fertilizer, trying to spray for insects, trying to spray for diseases. We can do all that, but in limited quantities if we identify the crop as a crop that needs protection from its fellow diverse species. So in the beginning, one of the major problems that we faced with climate change was that when farmers were trying to establish new farms, the cocoa seedlings die. And it's because they were exposing the crop to very high temperatures. They were exposing the crop to very minimum levels of water in the soil. Because, if you can bear me out, these farmers, in the olden days, we have the narrative that farmers thinned the forest and planted cocoa underneath, right? And that was good practice. Now, they cut the forest, they burn it, and then they plant the cocoa seedlings. So where is the protection? So cocoa agroforestry should be the actual practice, the strategy that we have to actually combat this effect of climate change. We need to also make sure that there is enough water. One of the major limiting factors, what that we call yield gap in cocoa is actually due to water. So anything that we can do, and that was why I said that anything that would conserve moisture in the cocoa system would then be termed as climate smart. We need to make sure that we have enough water for the plants right from the beginning to the end. But our cocoa systems are such that employing large-scale irrigation system would be very expensive and difficult. So we need to look at environmental manipulation of the environment to be able to support these crops. So the strategy for climate smart cocoa is cocoa agroforestry. And then our definition, a simple definition for farmers, would be a practice that would occur when it's needed. In our previous manuals, old manuals, we say that farmers should prune in March or April, because we know that March or April the rains would come, right? But now we don't even know when the rains would come. So we then have to make sure that we change the narrative and say that you have to look at the season and do your pruning at a timely period to make sure that it meets the rains so that you don't starve the crop. Yeah. So all of these things that our farmers have been doing like 50, 100 years ago, we've looked at the various ones that actually protect the crop. And also based on the farmer's resource endowment. Because if a farmer is earning $200 a year, you cannot come with practices that would cost the farmer $2,000. They will not do that. So the stepwise implementation of this practice is based on the farmer's resource endowment and the farmer's local situation in terms of the climate suitability is also very important. So there's a combination of factors, but then those that really help the farmer to use their resource endowments judiciously.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and it's great to hear that you're taking the latest research and latest evidence and updating the training. If I could ask Crin, Dr. Abiola, how will the project get these messages and this information out to farmers?
This is very obvious. We're working very closely with the Farmers Association, Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria. We're working very closely with them. Cocoa Association of Nigeria, we're working very closely with them. Also, we have the Cocoa and Plantain Farmers Association of Nigeria. These farmers' organizations are the ones that are closer to our farmers. And whatever we do, we carry them along. And the information we give out to them will be relayed directly to the farmers in the language they understand. So I think getting the information down to the farmers is not a problem, since we are working very closely with their various associations.
Great, thank you, and that's good to hear, and thank you again for all your work and that of the different associations in the cocoa sector. It's going to be critical, especially if we want to reach 65,000 farmers, let alone the entire 300,000 farmers of Nigeria, because we'd love to see the benefits of this project trickle down and actually impact the entire cocoa sector. And maybe that brings me to another question for CLever.org, our partner on traceability. Could you describe how the cocoa sector is organized in Nigeria and how traceability will be implemented given the different actors and the complex level and complexity of the intermediaries involved in the supply chain?
Indeed, it's quite a complex industry, right? We have so many cocoa companies, we have so many exporters, and by the looks of it, many of our farmers also sell to different companies within the same year. That is fine, that's their own choice, right? But that only makes it a bit more complex in terms of mapping and planning interventions. Now, we believe that in order to comply with the regulations of the European Union, it will be key to accommodate all those different scenarios. When we talk to the cocoa companies, they invest a lot of time already to help farmers getting certified. Even sometimes they invest in training programs. Some of them have already started to map those locations of the cocoa farmers with GPS devices, right? Collecting those points or even polygons. It's very time consuming. At sea level, we believe in a vision whereby there can be a way to collect information in a pre-competitive way. That means stakeholders along the industry can provide services to the intermediaries, to the farmers, but also monitor and collect information. Let me give you an example. An agro-input dealer who sells 2 bottles of insecticides to a farmer would very easily be able to record that information into their smartphone using an app or even a USSD on a feature phone, right? Another example could be a group of young guys who help elderly farmers to harvest could easily record what is the volume they harvested and collect the geolocation of that point. Now, by combining all this information somewhere centrally in something of a public registry, this information could first of all be owned by the farmers and not only by the specific company who invested in it, but it also offers a lot of cost efficiencies. Any other company who wants to work with that specific farmer, the farmer will now allow that new company to access the information already in the system. Therefore, the company who is now eager to work with him no longer has to do everything afresh. They no longer have to start polygon mapping, collecting information, but the farmer actually can transfer that data set to the new company, whoever he wants to sell his cocoa to. So therefore, we foresee that potentially there will be a need for a public traceability system in Nigeria, just like it is already happening in some of the other cocoa origins. And that's where a lot of cost efficiencies can come in to benefit all the industry stakeholders.
Great, thank you, Cohen. Dr. Sei, you mentioned the online platform that Ecometrica has developed. I know many of the companies and many of the governments around the table here will be very interested in accessing that platform and being able to test the platform. Can you explain to us what your plans are for rolling that out and making it accessible?
Yeah, thank you. The plan is that Ecometrica platform is actually an analytical platform in which any company can actually ask for, send the coordinates of the farms where they are sourcing their products, and Ecometrica can do the analysis, the distances of those farms to the protected forest, and to show this assurance is purchased at a fee. But for this project, for Trace project, we are planning to roll out for those companies that are sourcing their product from cocoa from Cross River State, where we plan to roll out about 500 farmers for 5 companies. That is 100 farmers per company that can access the product and to pilot the product and see how it works, how they can sell assurance, how they can convince the international market that their product are from deforestation-free zones. These are the plans that over the next 2 years, because we have produced the map, and then we have the platform to update the map every year, every 2 years or so, and companies can buy into it. I think it is the Trace will now pick 5 companies to participate in the pilot rollout of the project.
Great, thank you. Sounds like a very interesting platform, which I believe you've also rolled out in Ghana, if I'm not mistaken, in a similar manner. And maybe actually, Dr. Asari, I could ask you about what's the experience in a similar traceability approach been like in Ghana, particularly with regards to the environmental dimensions in deforestation.
Yes, so in Ghana, because we have a regulatory body, the Ghana Cocoa Board, they have taken the initiative. I mean, they have almost all the farmlands, the polygons developed together with the private sector companies. There is also currently the Cocoa and Forest Initiative going on in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. So, and Ecometrica has been there to develop these maps. These maps are very important because in the beginning, people were confusing cocoa fields for forest. Yeah, so with these new resolution maps from Ecometrica, now we can dissociate cocoa farms from forest and then know how to treat these cocoa farms so that they do not contaminate the actual vegetation of the forest cover. So, with all these activities and spearheaded by Cocoa Board, now they have this public database, like Kun talked about, that could actually now be the beginning of how people could now trace beans to farmers. Because first you need to situate these farmers, and then you now look at the private sector companies that are dealing with these farmers, and then kind of go through that line to get to where the beans is coming from. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I know we're coming up on the hour, and I don't want to stand between you and your lunch or the end of the program, but what I would like to do is ask each of my panelists, there's a lot of things we obviously haven't covered and we haven't asked you. What's the one message you would like to give to this audience about this project, particularly focused on the farmer, because I think the farmer is at the center of cocoa production and will be the linchpin for any transformation we're trying to achieve. So maybe Nene, and we'll just go down the line.
Where's the other mic?
Okay, there you go.
I think the key thing would be, as I mentioned earlier, about when we talk about traceability, we think more of the dry cocoa beans, but not so much about the planting material. So I think the key thing would be that at the end of the 5 years, at the end in September 2027, the farmers participating in TRACE would be able to know for sure the planting material they're receiving, whether it's the seed pod or the seedling, will be able to know for sure the provenance and to know that these are the improved planting material that is coming from Crane. And Dr. Adebola can stand behind it and say, you can do at least a ton per hectare. Well, if you follow all the gaps, right? So I think if there's one thing, that's one message I would like to leave for farmers.
Great,
yeah.
Thank you. Patrick, what's the one thing you'd like to tell this audience?
Yeah, my message, maybe the only one thing I will give as a message goes to the farmers. I think the whole issue of traceability that this project is trying to address is for our farmers to do the right thing. The message is for our farmers to do the right thing. When we do the right thing, if we do it correctly, it will translate into more quality cocoa for international market. And what does that mean? More money coming back to the farmers. Do the right thing in terms of getting your planting materials from the right source. Carry out all the necessary good agricultural practices that Crane, together with IIT, have recommended. Do your fermentation, do your harvesting as recommended. And at the end of the day, if you use all these advice that we are recommending, I think you will come out with a very high quality cocoa beans, which will fetch you a very good money in the international market, which translates into more money into the pocket of our farmers. So that is my message. Traceability is all about saying, when you produce your cocoa beans, it is possible for us to trace it back to the farmer that planted the cocoa. And therefore, it is a wake-up call for our farmers to do the right thing. If you do the wrong thing, you use too much of agrochemicals, leading into very high pesticide residue, we can trace it back to the farmers. So that is my message to our farmers. Do the right thing, use recommended planting materials, recommended agrochemicals, do all the good agricultural practices, and at the end of it all, this will translate into good quality, high quality cocoa beans and more money into the pocket of our farmers. I think that is what we all want. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's give a big round of applause for that response. Richard?
Yeah, so I think from IIT's perspective, I think at the end of this project, we want to see that the farmers have the comprehensive understanding of what it takes to be climate smart, and at the beginning of climate smart being a good planting material, integrated soil fertility management, integrated soil pest management, and also stepwise implementation of practices based on their resource endowment, and making sure that they make incremental gains, and then they also make incremental investment in their fields. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Big round of applause.
Well, from the side of Sea Level, obviously we don't live in Nigeria ourselves, so we really try to understand the struggles from all of you as stakeholders in the cocoa industry. And that's why we are investing quite some time on visiting most of you. Some of you, we have already visited you at your offices, others that is still to come. So I would like to urge you to get in touch with us and just be very open about the challenges you experience in your business, whether you're an exporter or an intermediary or a farmer association. Please be open so we can fully understand the realities on ground and design a traceability solution which works for all stakeholders in the cocoa industry and which will make a difference for this country. So please reach out to us if you have anything you wish to share, and we'll adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. A big round of applause. And that's an open invitation to meet with Cohen here today or separately to discuss your concerns, preoccupations, approaches regarding traceability. Last but not least, Dr. Say.
Yeah, on behalf of Ecometrica, there are 3 messages I want to leave with you. Number 1 is that instead of, we know all farmers want to improve their income, they want to increase their productivity, but let us focus more on intensification of the existing farmlands instead of attacking the forest, because most of those products may not be acceptable in the international market. And the second message that some of them, because we have our engagement with the farmers and LBAs, is that if Europe don't accept our crops, we take it to another country. Well, I know the problem is that at the moment your products are rejected by most of the chocolate consuming countries, the value of your product will reduce, and you discover that you are just producing for the market that will not appreciate your product. The third one is that the Ecometrica platform is, it has been tested in Ghana, it has been tested in Mexico, and it has been adopted by the World Cocoa Foundation. So I want to implore the cocoa companies and other commodity companies to patronize Ecometrica. We have done the map for Cross River State, and we believe that we are going to upscale to other states. So there's an open invitation to other, if you don't fall within the 5 companies we are adopting for the Trace project, you can actually contact me or contact the Sarah Middle-Miss to use the platform. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Say, and a round of applause. Before we end, though, I would be remiss if I didn't open it up to the audience for questions. You've been patiently here with us for 1.5 days, and with time permitting, please focus on a question as opposed to a speech or an extensive comment. We'll take 3 questions, please.
Okay, let's go like this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Ademola Fashuba from Ekiti Cocoa Trust Limited. Is a brand new company. We decided to go into cocoa production and farming, and we have about 30 hectares, and we just got another 30 hectares, and we intend to produce more. But from what I'm hearing from you today and from yesterday, there have been a kind of a cross current in terms of need that Nigerians have to produce, and a kind of restriction being placed by what I'm hearing. You don't need to produce more. You don't need to get into the forests. So limiting us, even the last speaker, limiting us to the existing areas. When we know that most of the existing areas fall under the old practice, whereas new ones like us coming in, I would expect that you will encourage some of us to come in and say, okay, now let's put to practice the real issue of trace in a model farm that is just starting. So within an area, you have a place people can go for referencing, and then you can now begin to input those into existing farms. I also believe for the existing farms, and majority of them are here, and they have small plantations and things. One way I would suggest you go with them is where practices are going to exceed the income they already generate, where these new practices, you might need to do a kind of buyback or agree credit, in which case where you monitor what they do, then you can feed them back with some credit after a period, or in the, maybe by produce or inputs or whatever it is. So there are a few things that I believe new commerce like us should be able to get from you to get us interested. But I'm having, question marks, but we have made up our mind to go ahead. We are going ahead, but we'd like to see how we can partner together. Of course, Crane ED has been working with us. He's been helping us, giving us very credible advice. And also our Minister of Agric, the Permanent Secretary, is here. That's why I'm sitting next to him. They've been doing wonderfully well with us, trying to help us to get things done. But with Trace, we want to make sure that we get, some of us who are into this are from abroad. We are diasporans, and we are exposed to the issue of, the quality of your materials to ensure that there's no excess pesticides or all those kind of things in your product. At the same time, to make sure that we meet the best agri practices, where even the laborers, the workers, and everything have the best or fair practices. We have ensured all of that. So we need to have a way where you will monitor us, give certification, either from the beginning or in the process, where we can know that whatever output comes from here is agreed, whether for local consumption or for export. But we don't also want us to look to limit our mind to export alone, even though we know you are waiting there on the other side with your sweet tooth, But we also want to develop sweet tooth in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll invite the chief of party to respond to that
Hello.
comment or question.
I think my question is very similar, so that it takes it together.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yesterday and today, it's clear that there are environments where cocoa can grow very well. And yesterday was shown a section profile of a soil where there is an existing farm, and another where there is a new farm to be established, the organic content by Crane. And I want to pitch my tent with agroforestry. And if we really need to improve, because naturally, as IIT explained, forestry and cocoa production, they go together. Naturally, as it was practiced in the early 30s, 40s, and 50s. By the time you use existing land to plant a new, to establish a new farm, the probability of the seedling germinating very well is very, very slim because the nitrogen content in the soil has been drastically reduced. And we are talking about prosperity of the farmers. The resources we are putting in, if it's in an existing farm, the challenges there and the probability of making wealth is minimal. Let's be realistic. So, what I'm saying is we like to preserve forest. Good. And you can best preserve forest, which I was discussing with my friend in conservation because I sat on forestry policy formulation in my state. And we discussed around this very, very well. The indigenous trees are better preserved in cocoa farms. Why? Because there is an investment there by the farmer. The moment you cut the tree, you affect his farm. So he guides the trees on his farm jealously so that his farm is not disturbed. So the conservation experts believe that those trees there, they are secured. And they pay the farmer's premium to ensure the tree stays. Whereas if you put it in an open area, there is tendency, invaders, nomads, every other person, these loggers will go in there at the midnight, odd hours, to go and cut the tree. So we need to not really making laws, look at the intricacies of our existence with our practices and future to really look at how best we can put all this together and the challenge of smart agriculture. We need to look at all this together. It's good. European government is formulating policies. But I want them to come down before the conclusion of their policies to go and look at environment where these things operate so that you have a better understanding and not formulating policy far away from where the action is taking place. So I'm preaching agroforestry in view of all I've enumerated and what exists on the farm. And I want the panelists and those in the international community to look closely at this if we really want wealth creation and adoption of good techniques. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Yes, so I respond to the question about the model farm and then the credit buyback. Unfortunately, at 30 hectares, you're not a smallholder farmer, so you would not be in the remit. But we are happy that you are setting up, you are now establishing the farm. So we could, and especially as you're already receiving the advice, technical assistance from Crane, we could see about how your farm would be a model that farmers could learn from. So that's one example. The CFAN president will confirm that in the activities that we are going to implement together, there is provision for a model farm. So that is something that we're looking at. When it comes to credit, not directly or a buyback as you said, but we do have a VSLA component. So the farmer grouping themselves can aggregate the financing to help them adapt gradually. Not everybody can, or ideally should, if they cannot afford it, start together in the first year. A certain proportion can start, then the others follow. By the end of the 5 years, it would be it could be the whole grouping. So that's how we will approach that part. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, please interject, and then I'd like to give it to Dr. Sari for the
Oh, okay. No, my comment is only on the issue of productivity in terms of increasing production versus making sure that the existing farms are producing to the optimum level. I don't think we should discourage increase in production. I think the emphasis here is on is making sure that we follow this international regulation of no deforestation. But in terms of saying we should not establish new farmlands, I don't think that is what we are saying here. We need production. We want to increase our productivity to even 500 metric tons per year, or even more. So, but what we are saying is that when you increase production, make sure that what you are producing is of high quality. Thank you.
So, I want to come back to your point. We are not saying that your 30 hectares, you don't have to. We are talking about land recycling. And land recycling means that we'd have to improve the soil so as to be able to plant cocoa. But then that is something that we can do. Another thing that we cannot do easily is to protect the crop from the intensity of the sun, which can only be done by providing cover. So these trees that we are asking to be planted, they are supposed to take care of that. But in the soil, so I mentioned integrated soil fertility management, that even starts with good planting material. Then the intensification aspect, we need to look into the soil and make sure that we also provide the nutrients. But to conserve moisture and to also protect the tree from the sun, we need to have the cover. Yeah, so we don't have to look things in isolation. Yeah, because now we have almost 1.something million hectares under cocoa in Nigeria. Across West Africa, almost 6 million hectares. If we want to increase these hectares, we'll be now turning our streets and our homes into cocoa farms. So we need to have a way to recycle these lands. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to just continue to take a few more questions.
Okay.
We'll hear from the CFAN president.
Thank you very much. And I think we must understand that sustainability in agriculture will entail what we are discussing. Cocoa in particular, I think you are very correct, and that is exactly what we are driving at if we are talking about sustainability. We can't continue to abandon our lands and be migrating. Where are we migrating to? Forestry. What happens? We remove all this, and it becomes the same issue. So I think this message must actually go back to we, the producers, that this is regenerative agriculture, regenerative cocoa production. And I think that is exactly what the PS want you to actually convince, that is, we can continue with the existing lands, get the required 500,000, 600,000 we want to have, as long as we are doing the right things. And I think that is the message Trace is bringing into the sector. For us to be convinced as a farmer that some of these challenges we are having with the soil, nitrogen, all this so forth, can be solved through some organic activities and some other activities that will be done. In fact, when we have these even poultry dumps and we are using it, we understand that it's nourishing the soil. But most of us, we are not doing it. Even when we have nests, even poultry on our farm, we still decide not to even using it, looking for NPK and all. I think these are the mindsets. Whether we like it or not, we must conform. We can't continue. And that is why we have to reclassify the existing. That is, I believe, what Trace should do. There are some already encroached areas that needed to be reclassified against 2025. Those are some of those things I think we should look at, and look at how to maintain the existing structure. Because there is nothing we can do about the existing structure. You can't go there and be cutting trees. So it means we need clarifications on the basis of cocoa agroforestry. And this message should go back to the state government. We must start to look at this. What are we doing? the existing encroached forestry area should reclassify and turn into cocoa agroforestry. That should be the baselines of what our focus. But we are seeing that we are not even looking at that. And that is why at the end of the day, the EU will come back and be telling us that we are not complying. So this is the kind of consciousness I believe you will do for us. And I think this can be a message. Another one is that, can we upscale? The USDA has already left. But I think, Paul Masek, you can always deliver this message. Can we upscale from 6 to 10 so that some other states that are interested can also join? And I think it will be better. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. The message is well taken. I'd be happy to deliver it. So before we take any other questions, I will entertain maybe 2 more questions, but we haven't heard from the women in the room. We've got a panel of all men here. Several of the other panels have been exclusively men, and I would love to hear a question or 2 from some of the women in the audience. Are there any women farmers that would like to ask a question or make a comment? We have one over here. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so my name is Christabella Gara from AA Universal Agro Industries Limited. Well, I have to focus on the gender equality part of agriculture. So we know that women make up a huge percentage of the labor force in agriculture. But when it comes to land ownership, equipment ownership, they make less than 40%. How is this going to benefit women? What actions are you people taking to actively involve women and youth in agriculture?
Great. That's an excellent question. And I will put that to the project director, the chief of party, to answer.
Right. There are specific aspects of the work. When we talk about planting material, for instance, Dr. Debola will confirm that those who do pollination on the plot are all women. It's not mostly all women. So if we're expanding the capacity for seed pods or revitalizing the seed gardens, that leads directly to employing more women to engage in this. Also associated with that is the nursery management. This is an area also for women and youth to engage in. And then we talked about also better inputs and input application and business services. Unfortunately for the application part, it's not advisable for women because of endocrine effects of the chemicals. But the business services, the non-cocoa businesses that are associated with all these activities will involve women. So that is how the TRACE will engage women and the youth directly. Thank you.
Please. So, I mean, we are now working with the gender transformative approach where we consciously have to get women right from the beginning on board, not when we think about them later, because all these genderized practices, nursery and all that, women can do more than that. But then if you have only 10% from the beginning, you know, how effective would that be? So it would be such that we would consciously make sure that we get more women coming on board so that their voices will be heard in terms of how we plan activities and in terms of how we do the training and all that. So conscious effort to get them on board, not the 20%, 10%, but if possible, 60, 70% women and youth. Thank you.
Great, and I think that deserves a round of applause. So we will take just one last question. This gentleman has had his hand up. We'll take that last question, and then we'll conclude our panel discussion today.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Eje, Deputy Director, Inspectorate Department, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. My question actually directed at the Chief of Party. The issue of child labor is very, very important. And how are you going to ensure that child labor is addressed and is taken into account in the implementation of this project in the affected states of the Federation? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Again, I'll fall on the CFAN President, Commander Adola, to confirm that we have one pilot, a small activity we've actually lobbied for and received additional funding to implement a small activity in 10 communities in Ondo State to work out, based on the junior secondary school curriculum, all the vocational skills that are supposed to be taught is in the curriculum. Sometimes there's no teacher, sometimes there's no materials to actually implement it for after school activities. So we're not bringing a new curriculum, it's just the curriculum that already exists, whether it's sewing or cooking or the vocational training that's already in the curriculum. We are going to provide the resources to actualize it so that the youth or the adolescent in junior secondary who mostly will form this labor force, as Comrade Adola said, they are both beneficiaries and perpetrators of this challenge of child labor. They will be otherwise engaged, and they can generate income actually out of this. But this is a small activity. We are collaborating with the ILO, which is implementing a project for the U.S. Department of Labor, and that will be broader to engage on the issue of child labor. So this will be at a national level, we'll look at policy. We invited NECA and all the organs of states that we need, both at the federal and the state level, to address the issue. Yeah, thank you.
And if I could add on the child labor question, I think an important aspect that maybe we've glossed over a little bit with regards to traceability is ensuring that human rights are being respected on the farms and where cocoa is being produced. So traceability isn't just about knowing the variety, knowing the geolocation, knowing whether it was in proximity to recent deforestation or whether it was being produced on deforested lands, but it's also the social conditions of production, not just the environmental conditions. So it'll be important as we roll out this national traceability platform and strategy that we take into consideration the human rights aspects. And I can tell you that the companies around the table are at varying degrees of exposure and experience with addressing child labor. But throughout the cocoa world, there's been a lot of work at looking at monitoring child labor, risk hotspots for child labor, but also strategies to mitigate child labor. And so as Neni said, there is a U.S. Department of Labor project in Nigeria run by the ILO with whom we will be collaborating to develop these methodologies that are appropriate and adapted to the Nigerian context and, most importantly, to the Nigerian law, which will be guiding us. So with that, I know there's a lot of other burning questions. I would invite you to come and approach our various panelists and other members of our organizations here today to ask your questions and continue the discussion. And please continue to follow the project. And most of us are here in country. Others of us come regularly to visit and help roll out the program. So we're very excited for the future, and we want to thank you again for your patience, your interest, and your energy on this particular project. And please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking this team of panelists. Thank you so much. I took some notes and I'm going to translate it to the cocoa farmers. Thank you so much for your time. It has been a very wonderful panel discussion, especially Mr. Paul Masek. In fact, you did excellently well. Thank you so much. Because there was a professor in Nigeria who was the DG of National Orientation Agency. He said, if you're a carpenter, carpenter well. If you're a farmer, farm well. If you're a moderator, moderate well. You have moderated excellently. Thank you so much. Please, you can take your seats, please. Thank you. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay, let me quickly translate to our cocoa farmers. I took note of one or two things that was actually discussed by the panelists. One of them is do the right things, get the quality cocoa, and get more money. The translation of that to our cocoa farmers is this. Ẹ ṣe ohun tó yọ, ohun tó tọ́ àti ohun tó yẹ, kí kòkó yín lè gbòòrò sí, kí owó gidi kó lè wọlé fún yín. That is what they said. I think it's very, very important for us to know. And they have assured us, wọ́n ti sọ fún wa wípé ìrànlọ́wọ́ tó wọn máa ṣe á jẹ́ ohun tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo yín ẹ̀ ní gbàgbé láéláé ní ọdún márùn-ún. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. If you check your program, we have actually decided that we are going to take the message of thanks, then after which we will go for the exhibition, marketplace, and networking, and from there, we will now take our lunch. I want to believe you must have been given tickets for your lunch. That is your gate fee to the lunch venue. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that if we meet again, we shall celebrate and rejoice. And if not, let this lunch be known as being a very successful one. I want to thank you. At this point, I would like to invite for the message of thanks, Mr. Hamid Mansare, Lutheran World Relief Regional Director for West Africa and Haiti. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Facilitator. It has been a long day and a half, and I think you've all been very, very patient with us. I'd like to take this opportunity to, on behalf of LWR, to say thank you so much, not just for coming, but also for participating in this luncheon. I'd like to say thank you because you've left all your other commitments. Whenever there's an invitation to one event, it competes with half a dozen others. And by prioritizing this one in favor of the 6, 7, or 10 others, I think you've made a good decision. I hope so. So we want to sincerely start by thanking the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government, by opening its doors to LWR to start this project, I think we want to say thank you so much for the confidence, believing that this is truly what is consistent with your development aspirations. Would like to thank a very special thank to the, of course, USDA, Food for Progress, our major donor for this. We're a strategic partner of USDA. In West Africa, we probably have about 3 of such projects. It's a good sign, but Nigeria, this is the first time. We want to say thank you to USDA for the confidence they've showed in We are certainly committed to this project. There's no question about that. And your presence here is an expression that you also have trust in us. I'd like to thank the cocoa farmers, the CFAN, comrade. Thank you so much for your flexibility. My understanding is that this, the CFAN second celebration should have been held in Ibadan. But you were gracious enough to allow us to combine our lunch as well as this with your activities. Thank you so much. It's a true sense, it speaks to your true spirit of partnership with LWR. Thank you so much. Let me say thank you to the teams that have helped make this successful. The LWR teams, my colleagues, both here in Trace, Nigeria, as well as in the United States, in the region, and all the wonderful ladies who've helped us. When I saw the uniforms, I thought they were airline agents, they were airline assistants. But again, I found out that these were professional ushers. Thank you so much. Whoever requested those services, I think you've done a wonderful job. Thank you very much for them. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I can't express how heartfelt we are at LWR for this. This is just the beginning. I was saying to my one of my colleagues, this is just the gunshot that says the race has started. We have a long way to go, but we have started. And by God's grace, we will get to the finishing point. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Please, as we go out for lunch, please, I want to encourage us to visit the exhibition stands. That is where the networking starts from. I want to thank every one of you for your time. It has been a very wonderful and exciting time. For those who travel afar, please, I wish you journey mercies to your various destinations. Thank you, and God bless you. We have come to the end of this lunch. Thank you. God bless you.
Launch this TRACE project.
States is a global leader in agricultural research and development, and our partnership gives Nigeria access to cutting-edge farming practices, seeds, and technologies that we believe can benefit from Nigeria's increasing economic diversification, building greater resilience from climate change, and harnessing innovation in agriculture.
This program will only be sustainable if it is truly ingrained in policy and institutional reform. So I will urge our partners in government to work with us through initiatives that are already underway, like the National Development Framework, including the proposed structuring of the National Cocoa Management Committee.
So in addition to helping manage the Food for Progress programs, we're also tasked with expanding agricultural trade, supporting U.S. and Nigerian agribusiness connections, and offering agricultural capacity building and training opportunities for Nigerians to travel to the United States to collaborate with U.S. businesses, universities, researchers, and government offices to expand trade and enhance global food security.
Partnership gives Nigeria access to cutting-edge farming practices, seeds, and technologies that we believe can benefit from Nigeria's increasing economic diversification, building greater resilience from climate change, and harnessing innovation in agriculture.
This program will only be sustainable if it is truly ingrained in policy and institutional reform. So I will urge our partners in government to work with us through initiatives that are already underway, like the National Development Framework, including the proposed structuring of the National Cocoa Management Committee.
So in addition to helping manage the Food for Progress programs, we're also tasked with expanding agricultural trade, supporting U.S. and Nigerian agribusiness connections, and offering agricultural capacity building and training opportunities for Nigerians to travel to the United States to collaborate with U.S. businesses, universities, researchers, and government offices to expand trade and enhance global food security.